All right, so this is ZBrush, right? This is ZBrush. Now yours is probably going to look a little bit different. It's going to look a little bit different. It's probably going to have this little box over your screen when you open it up. This is just Lightbox. It's basically a little navigator for all the ZBrush files, and you can find different projects. You can also find your most recent stuff in here as well as you can also get additional brushes, additional tools, alphas, all that sort of stuff in here. So it's pretty cool. We're not going to be messing around with it too much, but if ZBrush crashes, and it will at some point, be aware that you might be able to find your like a save in this recents area. Also, ZBrush uses it does auto saves. So if your hard drive starts to fill up a lot, check your quick save folder, because you could have a bunch of stuff in there. It looks like I do as well. So so just be aware of that. Just be aware of that. But for our purposes, we're just going to start off with a nice default project here, and it's going to be called Dynamesh Sphere. So open up this Dynamesh Sphere. And again, it's under the project tab in your Lightbox in case you closed this somehow. So pop open that Dynamesh Sphere. Boom. And then it's going to ask me if I want to save anything. No, good. And there we go. So this is a default project for ZBrush. Default project. And if you have your tablet out, you can immediately kind of start messing around with the surface. See this? So see how I just put my stylus down, and then I'm starting to make strokes across the model. And it's cool. You know, it's just fun to mess around with the surface like this, right? And if you don't like what you've done, you can always Control Z and step back in history. My ZBrush is still downloading, but I'm following one. Okay, okay. I have to restart PC. ZBrush messed it up. No. ZBrush, how could you? But yeah, and so
Mike, how do I get it there again? You said it was a project and choose.
Yeah. So Lightbox and then project and Dynamesh Sphere.
Okay.
This one right here. There we go. But yeah, so this is like a default project in here now, right? And I like doing this one because my tablet isn't working with the program for some reason. Huh? It could be Are you on Windows, Kayla?
Yeah.
Go into your. Oh my gosh! 1 second. Go into. I think it's Windows Ink. Is what we're looking for? Windows Ink. Yeah, try going to Windows Ink workspace settings. Let's see, Pen and Windows Ink. Shoot.
Yeah, because it works when I go out of it. Like, it works on the computer, but when I open the ZBrush, it just stops working.
Yeah, we might need to Google this. Tablet doesn't work. Oh man, if I could only type ZBrush. Okay, so in ZBrush, make sure go to preferences, and then we're looking for tablet, and make sure use tablet is highlighted.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. All right, so that's one problem. Let's see. Which kind of tablet do you have?
I have a Helion.
Okay. Hmm. Yeah, because there's a thing called Windows Ink, and I want to disable that, you know. Let's see. Windows Ink. Because I've had this problem with Windows Ink settings. Because there used to just be a toggle off thing about Windows Ink. Pen menu, pen settings. Do me a favor and go to this pen and Windows Ink settings and check these down here.
Okay. It
Oh,
says like it has like stuff to it, not like yours. It says like one's click Windows Ink workspace, and there's another square that says home. They all have like two settings to them. So should I put nothing?
Yeah, put nothing. Try to disable all Windows Ink stuff.
Let's see. No. I mean, I can look it up later.
I mean, you should
if I
just,
find anything.
yeah, there's, what about up here? Do you have any of these options?
Let me see. We have two of them. Let me shut those off. See if that does anything. No, it was working for a second. There was like one moment where it moved before I asked, and then it just never did it again.
Frick. Okay. Then I fixed my problem in the Huon control panel or properties menu. Try to find that control panel.
I have it, but
Tried
it doesn't really give me any much like option.
Did you go to digital pen and try the admission and administrative privileges maybe?
I don't know what that did. Just let's see. Oh, there you go.
That worked?
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah. So it sounds like Windows was blocking part of the Huon tablet software, which is very cool. Thank you, Windows. But yeah, there we go.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. But yeah, so if you just mouse over your thing right there, or if you just kind of start drawing on the surface of it, you're gonna get some sculpting going, which is very cool. All right, so let's talk about the UI. Let's talk about it because we got a lot of shit here. I think ZBrush is one of the least friendly UIs to learn ever, because literally everything is just options upon options upon options upon options. Like, oh my gosh, dude, like what is what who did, oh no, who designed this, dude? Like what? But once you get used to it, it's not too bad. We're basically just going to be using like only a handful of buttons out of this. And I have a handout on Beachboard that you can check out for that. If you need some additional information. And also, if you open up your brush palette up here, you're going to see an absolute just huge amount of brushes as well. So again, we're not going to be using all of them, right? We're going to only be using like 10 of these brushes at the most, you know, and they all do something different. They all do something slightly different. But I like them for different reasons. You'll encounter, like, if you're trying to make certain shapes, you might need clay buildup. Clay buildup is like one of my favorites. It's a little bit chunky, but you can always disable the alpha on that, and then it's nice and smooth. So this is like my bread and butter brush. But yeah, it just depends on what you're going to be doing. But let's talk about just basic controlling ZBrush. So we have this sphere, right? And I'm just going to put a little notch onto it. Looks like a nose or something. And then if you take your mouse or your cursor and you go off the mesh, like so, see how I'm in this negative space. And then if I start drawing around out here, see how it rotates the camera. So that's great. You might like right click instead. So see how I'm still on the mesh, and instead of leaving the mesh to start rotating the camera, if I stay on the mesh and then hold right click, oops, sorry. If I hold right click, it does the same thing, right? I hate using right click on the computer, you know. It just does not feel good. Like, oh, I hate using the right click button on my tablet, because it just feels so unergonomic. So I usually use just go off the orb right here, you know, and then start rotating stuff. Now, to pan, you just hold Alt and do the same thing. So Alt and then left click drag in the negative space of your viewport, right? So that's how we can start repositioning this. And it'll feel weird at first. It'll definitely feel weird, but you guys will get used to it. And then this one is the strangest of them all, in my opinion. If you hold Alt and start just moving the camera around like this, and then let go of Alt, but still keep your stylus down, boom, you start to zoom in and out. So that one's really strange to me, but like eventually you're just going to get to this point where you can really refine anything and zoom around the model real easily, and yeah, start to sculpt whatever you want. Now my sensitivity is a little bit messed up on this, and I think it's due to that Windows Ink stuff, but I don't want to watch you guys try to I don't want to have you guys watch me try to problem solve what's going on there, but yeah. So I have like a weird face on a sphere now, but that's cool. But yeah, so that's just basic camera controls. Basic camera controls right there. Anyone want me to go over that again? Anyone need assistance on that?
Yes. Panning was holding Alt, right?
Yep, Alt and yeah, stylus down in the negative space, or like I said, right click as well. Right click and drag. So see, you have those two options. All right, and then zoom out is the same thing as pan, like this, but you, as you put your stylus down, or as you right click, you let go of Alt, and it changes to zoom in and out. But yeah. So there we go. There we go. Any questions on that before we move on? All righty. So that's the basics, right? And so now let's talk about the actual brushes and how we can modify this. First, I'm going to go back to a regular sphere, because if you look up here, you'll have your undo history on this little bar up here. And if you take this little orange guy and then start dragging him around, you can see it stepping back in history, back to the default. So that's cool. That's very cool. And then let's talk about actually modifying this, how we sculpt this, right? So I'm going to go back to the default standard. There we go. And everyone just, mark up the surface with something. That's just your general building up, right? It's just kind of adding some quote unquote clay to that surface. It's a very smooth brush. That's what the standard brush does. But say you want to start carving into the surface, right? What you can do is hold Alt. Now, Alt is going to basically reverse the function of that brush. And for some certain brushes, it will change what the brush does entirely, but now you can start to carve deeper into this surface, make some sort of, I don't know, spaceship orb thing. Weird. But yeah, so that's what Alt does. Now say, let me switch to a different brush. Something that's a little bit sharper. Say I go a little bit too insane with my sculpting like this. See how these see how the verts are like crumpling and stretching in on each other and stuff. If you hold Shift, you're in smooth mode. So you can smooth that right back down to the surface. So I'm just holding Shift and I'm just drawing on the surface and I'm able to smooth out all these shapes. It's getting real smooth in there, which is very nice. But yeah. Okay. And then a side detail is if I do a bunch of sculpting like this and I want to smooth the surface out, or if I just want to smooth what you're sculpting out like this, notice how when I smooth, let's do it over here. Notice how when I smooth, it kind of flattens that surface out. Like it'll just destroy this and kind of smash it. That can be beneficial sometimes if you want to like actually kind of eat into the surface a little bit. But if you want to try your best to maintain these shapes, what you can do is called alternate smoothing. So it's the same as regular smoothing. So I do Shift and then I do tablet down, and then I let go of Shift and I still keep my mouse there. So now it's not eating away so much of the silhouette, and instead it's kind of smoothing it out. When you see me smoothing, 90% of the time, I'm going to be doing alternate smoothing, like 90% of the time, unless something gets too bulgy outward and I want to actually start destroying it. See how regular smooth is kind of carving away at that. So let that be part of your tool set, right? Know about alternate smooth. Whoops. There we go. So see alternate smooth, it does still even out the surface, but it doesn't bite into it as much, right? So that's alternate smooth. It's very, very important to know about.
What would the shortcut for it?
So you start smoothing and then you let go of Shift while still smoothing.
Okay.
And sorry, my computer is like, I think this Windows ink is doing some whack stuff again. Let's see.
Did you do something to make the ball look like smoother? Like, did you add more?
No, I was just smoothing the surface out. Unless are you referring to these little the little polygons here?
Yeah, mine has just I think less polys. That's
Yeah.
why oh
Yeah.
man.
So you might be in like one of the different default projects. Like see how there's default sphere 32,
Right.
128, 64. So those are all different poly counts there, but we'll get to that in a little bit. For now, if you just want to have a little bit of a smoother, if you want to have a smooth, like the same smoothness that I have, open up your geometry tab and then go down to Dynamesh and increase this little resolution slider to 128 and then press the Dynamesh button again. And it'll rescan the model and make it the same density as mine.
Was it, sorry, I didn't, that's because like the camera, the faces were on one side.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Was it a geometry and divide or Dynamesh?
Geometry, yeah, geometry Dynamesh, yeah.
How do I zoom out, like not just the document, but right now my sphere is like taking up the whole like page.
Yeah, we got some cat audio in there too. I like that. You can press F and it will focus similar to Maya. Like it'll put like it'll reframe everything. But if you do find yourself in a situation where you're like, ah man, I'm too close here. See how there's this faint outline on the panel? You can always do your regular camera controls out there.
I don't see that on mine.
Oh, you might be in a different layout, but you can also do the right click, remember? So if you're super zoomed in, you can hold Alt and then right click and then start dragging that.
Okay.
So you got a few options there.
And are you just on like your brush, or did you have to press like zoom or something for that?
No, yeah, all of the camera functionality is just on the stylus. So remember, you click outside of the mesh, you click on the negative space in this viewport, and then you start rotating around, and you see I still have that clay buildup brush that I'm using. So
Okay, thanks.
yeah, no problem.
So sorry, I had like you divide first, right?
No, I didn't divide first. This is not we're not doing any subdivisions yet. No.
Oh, okay, because I put Dynamesh and didn't do anything.
Did you divide or did you mess with the surface at all? Like did you? Because it should have rescanned it. Essentially, this slider is just like a density slider. See, this is probably what yours looks like.
Yeah.
And then I do a mark, then I'll go up in resolution to 128, and then there you go. So now if you smooth on that surface.
All right, cool. I'll try it again.
Because yeah, if this button is highlighted and you're at 128, like it should have rescanned your mesh at a 128 resolution.
Oh, I didn't change I didn't slide it.
Oh yeah, you got to slide it. You got to slide it.
Okay.
That's the resolution slider right there. So, but yeah, Dynamesh is a super cool function that we're gonna get into more in a little bit. But yeah, one second. Let me disable. How do I disable Windows Ink? Use this. Disable. Like every time that I use a tablet, it just is the worst. No. Ugh. All right, I guess you'll see me make a lot of flubs because Windows Ink is kind of messing with me right now, but yeah, maybe on break I'll switch over. But yeah, so that's essentially what we have going on here. Is anyone confused about Alt and how it starts to carve in, or Shift and how it starts to smooth?
So it's just pressing Alt. Like, how do we do that whole Alt thing again? Because I don't think it's working for me.
If you hold Alt and then start drawing on the surface, it'll carve into the mesh.
Okay. And then for Shift, smooth, and then being even smoother, you're pressing shift and then letting go.
Mhm.
As
Yeah,
you're-
so
okay.
if you hold shift and start smoothing and then let go, it's going to give you alternate smoothing, which is which that's the majority of the smoothing that I do. In fact,
Got it.
I'm upset that it's not the default function of smooth, you know,
Shame.
but yeah.
How do I change the document size or like the thumbnail size
The thumbnail size.
or whatever? Like for me, my what I'm looking at, it's like portrait, whereas on your screen it's landscape. So
So this view is just, wait, what
Like
does the rest of your UI look like then?
I could show you
I'm curious. One second. Let me enable sharing.
because I think that's what my issue is. Like, I can't see my whole sphere and I'm trying to like figure it out.
Yeah. Let me enable it. All right, yeah, share your screen so I can see what's going on there.
Okay, so like this, like how it's, you know,
Mm-hmm.
like how it's just
Yeah. So press. I think the hotkey to restore it is 0. Press 0. And then expand that out. Well, and then press 0 again.
nothing's happening.
Try doing the button at the top right that is it says one actual, like it's on the right hand side of the screen of the viewport. The right hand side of the viewport. It'll be
I'm sorry.
just to the right of that little like bust. See that little magnifying glass icon? And so you have zoom right there. Try clicking the one underneath that says
Oh, okay.
actual size. Okay, so go to document up at the top left. And then let's see.
Is this?
Yeah, try it. Click at the resize button.
I'm sorry, I'm like blind.
No, you're just panicking under the pressure. It's fine. It's that resize, yeah. And then man, this is, you mind if I just request remote control and try messing around with it myself?
Okay, I pressed approve.
Oh, nice. Heck yeah, let's go to document.
Let me get my computer charger.
And then weird. Zoom factor.
That's how it opened when I first like opened it.
Yeah. It's the actual size.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm the only one whose thing is like this.
I'm just gonna do document, new document. Let's see this. Document, new document. No. Okay, so that's a bit more reasonable.
Yeah.
And then let's just left click, drag this out, and then click edit. That is still very weird that it's like,
Not the full thing.
yeah, that's a little bit strange, but this is at least more workable now.
Other than the portrait.
Rather than the iPhone aspect ratio.
Yeah, that was weird. Okay.
But yeah, give up remote control. But yeah, that's strange. Also, you're at 7% battery, dude.
I know.
Frick. Plug in.
I know. I need to get my charger.
It's gonna die, dude.
A whole mess.
I'm getting the anxiety here. Oh man.
On the edge. Okay. All right. Well, problem solved, I guess, for now. I don't know. You want to continue with teaching?
Yeah, I'll move along. There we go. All right. So we're back. So yeah, next up on the list is how do we change our brush size, right? So let me undo all this stuff. Like this current size is not great, you know, like it's good for some things, but maybe you need a bigger brush size. Come on. Dude, this Windows ink is the bane of everything. If you hold space, that brings up this menu, and that shows your draw size, and you can change it with this slider, sliding left and right. And so if you want like really big one, you can do this. You can start to really add some dimension to the sculpt. And this will change like pretty much all of your brush sizes, you know, like of all of your pen sizes. So if you shift, you'll be smoothing at a bigger size as well. If you change into another one, like if we go back to standard, it's going to be a big standard brush. So yeah, so that's just draw size. And then you'll also notice focal shift right here. Usually it defaults to 0, but if you change it one way or another, you're going to get kind of a little sharper brush right there, or a more spread out brush, you know. So that's focal shift. Usually I keep this at just 0, right? And you can always type in a number on these. But then also to just size your brush up without going to that slider or pressing space, you can press S and it will bring this slider right here, but I've disabled that on my setup. You can also use the little hard bracket keys. Let me type the ones that I'm talking about. These ones, it's the same as like the Photoshop controls to just kind of shrink and grow the brush or your brush size by a little bit. So that's another one. And yeah, that's if you have a brush is like affecting the mesh too much, you can always control Z intensity. So see how it defaults to 25 for the standard brush. If I go to like 5, it's going to be a lot more gradual. See that? Like I can barely even see my strokes on the surface, you know, and that can be good. Like if you're going for like some detailing work there, you can also pump it up to 100 if you want like max standard brush moving. So yeah, that's also very possible. But yeah, I like to leave it on 25. And yeah, also additionally, you have Z add, which is the default setting. So it's adding to the surface, but then there's also Z sub where it pushes in on the surface. And that can be very cool. But essentially, I don't really use that ever. I would just hold Alt instead, just because it's faster than going up here and switching to add mode and then sub mode, you know. So keep that in mind. And also keep in mind, sometimes if your brush isn't working, like if it's not doing anything, you might have 0 Z intensity, or you might have Z add turned off. See that? So I can just turn that off and then my brush does nothing. And you might be like, well, that's kind of useless, Mike, right? But no, usually what that is for is if you're doing some like RGB stuff. So if you're actually coloring the mesh in here, I won't be teaching that very much because we're going to be doing our coloring in an outside program that's designed for it much more. But I just know that ZBrush does have some very cool features like that. But yeah. So there we go. That's draw size. That's focal shift. That's Z intensity for you. And then let's start going over brushes. Now I have another handout on Beachboard, just a PDF that talks about these brushes. And it gives you basically the essential ones that you need. But yeah, so let's start going over that. Let me go back to default sphere. There we go. And so this is standard. I'm sure we're acquainted with standard at this point. Now there's also some clay brushes. So clay is usually what we're using to kind of build on the surface. Standard is good for some smooth lines like that, but clay gives a little bit of a different effect. It also gives you like a little bit of a ripply surface, which you might like and you might hate, you know, depends on like what you're going for. But there's also clay tubes. People love clay tubes, right? People love clay tubes. I don't like this alpha that it comes with though. It's very harsh. So that's what's giving it that little square sort of shape. So if I go like just a little bit, you can see that it's giving it that square shape to that brush stroke. I don't like that. So I usually would turn that off, maybe to an alpha like this. And then we're kind of getting a different, smoother effect in there. And I really like that, you know, and you can get some nice detailing that way. However, I prefer clay buildup, right? So if I go to clay buildup, boom, you can see that it defaults with this alpha on, this one right here, boom, and it's like really harsh. And some people like the harshness of that as well, like when they're kind of roughing stuff in. I like to keep it nice and smooth, so I turn the alpha off. And like I said, since I'm on a different computer than what I was using before, my intensity is all messed up. So I'm gonna fix that at some point. But yeah, so I really like clay buildup for adding onto the surface here. It's one of my favorite brushes. So those are all of your like additional brushes like that. That's like how you're adding onto the surface. It's all of those. Now let's look at some other ones, right? Let's go to which one? H polish. So polish and H polish are pretty interesting. Essentially what they do is if you take a larger draw size, it's going to flatten out a surface like this, you know, it's going to flatten it out and kind of make some harsh ridges to stuff. And this is how you can get that, like using this brush is how you can get that sort of hard surface, like machined pieces look, you know, to a sculpt. Make it look like it's been fashioned mechanically, you know. So that's cool. I like that one a lot. Remember that's H polish. And then also looking for damn standard. Now this is all alphabetical order. So keep that in mind. I like damn standard. If you go into that, and let's go with like a smaller brush size. We can go in and start to carve into that surface. So what it does is like a really sharp carving on that surface, and you can cut it up and make some really cool cutouts in there. But yeah, so I really appreciate some damn standard. It's also called Damien standard. I think it's like that's the full name of it. So if anyone is throwing that name around online, you'll know what they're talking about. But yeah, so that's cool. And then you also have Trim Dynamic. Trim Dynamic is good for kind of it's similar to H polish in that you'll get some kind of flatter areas, but it really chunks away at the surface. I've noticed, you know, really chunks away at it. And H polish, I think, will get sharper edges, but this can also give you a nice, quick, trimmed surface. But yeah, so that is, let's see, that's like most of the kind of detailing brushes that I use. One of the biggest brushes that I use though is Move Topological. So if you go to Move right here, Move Brush or Move Topological, you'll find out why I like Move Topological in the future. But truth is, I go between those. They're very, very similar, with one like key difference. But if you click on Move Topological, it is basically soft select in Maya, right? So if I go right here and I increase my brush size And then I start dragging on the surface. See that? So see how it's just kind of moving all of that surface, stretching it out. It's very good for getting proportions right. And you'll see me doing this a lot when I'm blocking out a whole character. Like if I was trying to make a skull shape out of this, this would be the brush to do it with, right? So that's move topological. A lot of the times I'll hop into that brush constantly, you know, and go back and forth between them. But yeah, so that's move topological or move. Move does a very similar thing as well. So just keep that in mind. And that's basically it as far as like key brushes that you need to know. There's some other brushes that I use to add pieces to the model, but we'll get to that in a second. You know, we'll get into that in a little bit.
Would you use move topological first and then start sculpting?
100%.
Like,
yeah.
Okay. Just
100%. Yeah. No, great question. I like it. That's exactly what I do it. If you are working on a sculpt and you're like, man, just the proportions are like a little bit off too for this. Like you can still go in after you've done like a lot of sculpting and then do some move topological stuff. You know, like it doesn't have to be just at the beginning. But yeah, great question.
So what's the difference between move topological and just move?
Okay, yeah. So I'm going to use a new brush to demonstrate this. And we'll be using it in a little bit. It's called IMM Primitives. And I'm just going to put a sphere in here. So I'm going to put it on the back of the model. And then I'm going to undo that mask. And then I'm going to do move topological. So say I want to move just this sphere, right? Boom. Move topological is going to scan the surface of this sphere and be like, oh, nothing's combined like with this skull yet. But if I use move, basic move, and then start grabbing on it, see how it's pulling both shapes at the same time. So that's what move topological does. So if I had like a hand, and then I was doing move, like the regular move, and I was adjusting like a finger, it would pull both of those fingers with it, right? It would pull both at the same time. But if I did move topological, it'd be like, there's a little bit of a gap there between these two fingers, and then it wouldn't pull that other finger, you know. So that's the use of it, is that like you're going to be encountering spots where like if you're messing around with like lips and you have like the gap of the mouth behind it, you know. If you move that bottom lip with move topological, it'll get less of that top lip because it's detecting that surface. It takes the surface into account. But yeah, great question. Thank you for asking. But yeah, so those are the basic brushes there. Anyone want me to go over those brushes again? Like any of those ones specifically that you're like, man, what's going on here? What's going on with this brush?
I think H polish and polish again.
Yeah.
So
H polish works by detecting edges. There we go. Sorry, my computer's slowing down 1 second. It detects edges and kind of will refine it, right? So you can go up to those edges and really sharpen them up, like make a real nice crease that way, right? H polish, regular polish does the same thing, but in the different sorry, like Z add, you basically have to hold Alt to get that functionality, you know. And I find that it's not as it's a bit more severe in how it deforms the shape of everything, you know. So I usually use H polish to refine those edges. But yeah, that's what polish does. It kind of sharpens the surface. It kind of sharpens those surfaces up, but polish will destroy. It feels like it destroys more of that the creasing on it, you know, if that makes sense. So like H polish is like refining those edges, but then polish, where are you? Polish kind of it feels like it goes over that little crease that I had more, and makes it not as sharp there. So yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And again, it's just going to take a lot of getting used to these brushes and kind of understand what they do. Also, I wish my computer wasn't so slow. Tragedy. But yeah, any other brushes y'all want me to demonstrate with again?
You said you're gonna give us like a document with the brushes and like what they are.
Yeah, there should be one on Beachboard already. Let me see.
Oh, cool. Awesome.
So this is like a lot of just tools. Then let's see, this should be, yeah. So this guy kind of goes over this is also a hotkeys list. But yeah, so there's stuff in there. I think I have another one that I can upload into that in the future. But yeah, basically we got standard. If I just type them out here, standard, clay buildup, dam standard, move topological, and trim dynamic. H polish. So those are the main ones. Then we also have smooth, of course, but that's smooth is on a shift. Smooth is technically a different brush, but I don't really count it as one. It's just so like innate. Smooth, and then we also have insert multi-mesh primitive to add that little sphere like I did. But yeah, so those are the basic brushes. I recommend like just trying clay buildup, clay tubes, seeing which ones that you like really resonate with in terms of like deforming the surface to kind of get what you want. But let me show you, what time is it? 5:03. Let me show you like the process that I actually explore these brushes for explore brushes for like 10 minutes, and then I'll be back with you guys. Hopefully I can fix my my tablet issues. But yeah, I'll be right back, y'all. Man, just have fun. Get lost in the brushes.
Oh, also, I have another question.
Yeah, what's up?
So I noticed that like it's like duplicated, everything that I draw. So if I wanted to turn that off, is there a way to do that?
Oh, okay. I think I know what mode you're in. Let's see, let me share my screen. Is it doing this? Where it's kind of like duplicating around like this?
Oh, no, not like that much. It's pretty
Like
much
the symmetry?
Yeah, like the symmetry. Yeah,
Oh, you don't have symmetry on?
Or I do have symmetry on, but how would I turn that off if I
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Well, before I answer that, I want everyone to look at this screen right now. This will happen to you at some point where drawing will just create a bunch of your sculpt on top of each other, and you're like, what is this hellscape that I'm a part of now? To fix that, go to document, new document, and then say no. And that doesn't mean that you like erased your sculpt or anything. Just left click, drag out, and then hit edit, and you'll be back into it. Now to get symmetry, or to toggle on and off symmetry, it's just the button X. So if I press X, boom, now I have symmetry off. If I turn it back on, I have it enabled again.
So you have to hold down X in order to turn it off. Like symmetry is just automatically on no matter what.
No, you just press X.
Oh, okay.
And it just toggles it on and off.
Okay.
You can find more symmetry options in the transform menu under here. Activate symmetry. Like you could have Y symmetry, Z symmetry, or radial symmetry. But yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, no problem.
How do we delete stuff out of our quick save?
You'll have to find the quick save folder on your computer. It should be under, oh, are you on Windows or Mac?
I'm on a Mac.
Okay, it'll be in a different spot then. Let me Google what that spot is. Mac ZBrush quick save location. All right, looks like it's under users, public, ZBrush data, quick save folder. Or probably whatever your name is instead of public. But you're looking for that ZBrush data folder. Additionally, if you want to save on file size, I like to do file, and then I like to turn off undo history up here. So I go to file, undo history, and I turn that off, and I go to save. But yeah, so that's what I do to save on room there. All right. All right, so I hope you guys did some cool exploring with the brushes. I think that I have a ball with this program. Like it's so much fun. So I wanted you guys to experience that a little bit. And then let me show you guys my approach to kind of making a face and just a few more tools, you know, just kind of expanding on it. So let's go back to the default. Boom, there we go. And essentially, I start with my move topological brush right here. And I use like a pretty big brush size. And I just kind of drag it out into that shape. I kind of am forming the base size of the skull, right? So I might go real big and kind of push that in on the sides. Over here. And sorry, y'all, I am working without sensitivity, so my brushes might be going a little bit too hard when I'm displaying this, but that's fine. Let's kind of move this back in, kind of start to make that eye, the little ocular cavity right there for us. And so yeah, just get a basic shape in there. And I want to display a little feature of this camera. So if you're like getting lost in this camera, what you can do is kind of rotate around. And if you hold shift, boop, it's going to snap to different angles. It's going to snap to a bunch of different angles in there. So again, I'm starting to move my camera and then I hold shift and boom, it's going to snap to 90-degree angles. It's very useful for when you're checking proportions, silhouettes and stuff. Now there's also the option for a dynamic perspective, and I like to keep on perspective, but if you press P, boom, it's going to give you an orthographic view. You remember how you have those 4 cameras in Maya when you press space? Essentially, this is that. It's like a camera without perspective, though I find it more useful to sculpt with perspective on, since you're going to see this character in perspective in Maya, so might as well do that. Now, if you want to go in and change your focal length, you can do that, and under the draw menu, I like to do 85. You know, just because it's going to be not as severe of a perspective warping that you get from that. But that's just user preference, essentially. So yeah, main takeaways: P is going to enable and disable perspective, and then shift on a camera that's orbiting is going to snap it to 90-degree angles. So yeah, awesome stuff there.
I don't understand the perspective one. I don't see the difference.
Oh yeah, well, let's show you the difference then. I'm gonna give myself a new object. Don't look, I'm using tools that we haven't introduced yet. Boom. And then dude, my computer's going so slow. It's disgusting. All right, so we have this sphere in the background. You see that? It's kind of like it's further away, so it's smaller. But if I turn off dynamic perspective, look at that. It's like the same size. So it's a camera without perspective, essentially.
Oh, okay.
See that? See that? So that's why I like to keep perspective on, because
Yeah.
it's like, you know, if it is like we experience the real world in perspective. So yeah.
Okay.
There you go. All right. So we have this character here, and again, sorry, I don't have brush sensitivity on my tablet right now because I switched to this computer. So bear with me, I might go a little bit extreme on some of these brush strokes, but yeah, so there's that. Now, I also want to show you guys a little handy manipulator for, it's essentially like the W move tool in Maya, but for ZBrush. And if you click on move right here, you're going to get this little 3D gizmo. And I think it's great. You can just kind of move your object around. And it's a very powerful tool. But there's also some extra cool stuff that we can do with it. You can change the pivot point by holding Alt, and then so your pivot point's over there, or you can just snap that pivot point to the mesh center, or you can just click this lock and move the pivot point. It's the same thing. And you can also reset its orientation with this. It's also just nice that it shows you, it like says what it's gonna do at the bottom, like underneath, like down here. So yeah, just feel free to check that out. But so the cool thing, so that's not, that in itself is like whatever, even, but if we combine that with other things, it can be really cool, right? And one of the features that I need to show you guys is masking. So shift is smooth, right? But control is masking. You see this? So see how I'm like darkening part of the mesh? So this is going to be very powerful for certain actions, right? So if I darken that part of the mesh, and then let's just go over it with a clay buildup. Boom, you see this? See all the polygons around it are getting pushed out by the brush, but then those masked ones aren't able to be affected, right? They can't be affected. So that's really cool. And you can also do things like if you click on the mesh, it's going to blur that mask. So now it'll affect some of those verts partially, but then the unmasked stuff, not so much. And you can also, if you control click off the mesh, boom, it's going to swap that mask. And I was saying that you can do cool things with this move tool in conjunction with it, right? So now if I do move, boop, and if I just start moving this, boom, I can get a neck real easily right there, right? I can get a neck super easy. And then you'll also notice that now I can't sculpt on my character because it's all masked off, right? So to undo a mask, it's control, left click, drag in the negative space. And so there we go. So now I have this cool surface. And this leads me to my next tool that I want to show you guys today, and that is Dynamesh, right? So now we have, and this one always takes students a while to get used to, but so now I have this surface, right? And as I sculpt on it, look, all of my verts are like getting super stretched out, like all those edges are super stretched, right? And what that is the topology of it, you know, because if I turn on the wireframe down here with draw polyframe or shift plus F, you can see that the spacing between my verts is very small, right? It's very small right here. And then it gets super stretched out here and disgusting. That's the topology, right? That's how we're describing that surface. So we need topology that's more even on this neck area so then we can start sculpting on it, right? So Dynamesh is fantastic at that. Z-Remesh is as well. But what we're going to be looking at is under the geometry palette here. So if yours probably looks like this, if you click on geometry and then go down to Dynamesh, you'll see that it's probably activated already because we started a Dynamesh project. So what you can do is you can click this Dynamesh button twice, or you can control click drag without a mask in your scene, and then look what happens. See how it rescanned that geometry, and now I can continue to sculpt on this and get some nice smooth results. So that's the power of Dynamesh. That's the power of it. It'll rescan all of your geometry with an even amount of verts across it, right? Even spacing on those. So that's awesome. And yeah, you can just affect your surface as much as you want. Sculpt in there. You can also use move topological, pull this stuff out, and then you're like, ah, man, now it's too stretched out to sculpt on again, right? Ugh. But if you Dynamesh again, boom, you got some geometry that you can sculpt on now. So yeah, just be aware of that. Just be aware of that. But yeah, so it's an interesting tool, very powerful. It'll become more powerful as you understand like what it does. But yeah, any questions about Dynamesh? Do you want me to go over that again? I'm more than happy to.
Wait, how did you get the button to go there? Like to show up?
So it's under the geometry palette here. You see geometry, then it's under Dynamesh in there. So geometry, Dynamesh.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And then if your sculpt's a little bit too high res, you can always turn it down with this resolution slider. And then if I scan it again with Dynamesh, see that I have a lower poly set up now. I can also crumple these in, move them inward, Dynamesh again, boom. So yeah, cool stuff, cool stuff. How did you stretch or pull out the neck? I will show you. So first, let me chop this neck off. I'm going to use a tool that we haven't done before. I'm going to hold Control and Shift, and that's going to bring up different brushes. And I'm going to do, let's do trim lasso. And I'm going to trim off all of this. Boom, there we go. And then I'm going to Dynamesh it again. There we go. And the way that I made the neck, like I could just pull it with move topological, right? I could pull it out like this. That would work. And then I could Dynamesh it afterwards. But I essentially just did that in one quick move with the mask. So I masked this off. And remember, masking is control and then drawing on your mesh like this. And then I control click off in the negative space. So now this is not masked right here. And I used my move tool because I wanted to demonstrate the use of the move tool right here. And I could scale it up a little bit, you know, get a thicker neck right there. And then I dynameshed because, you know, like these are all stretched out. I dynameshed those to make them even, though before that, I need to make sure that I undo my mask. See how this is all masked off? Like this stuff isn't, you know, this isn't masked off, but this is all masked off up here. So to undo that mask, you control you control drag in this negative space right there. And then you can dynamesh it. Boom. All right. But yeah, so my next steps would be to kind of start sculpting the features of this face. So I'm just going to keep using clay buildup, and hopefully I can control this intensity a little bit more, but I'll fix that over the break. And I'm kind of just carving on the features of this face. It's going a little bit smaller.
By intensity, you mean like the thing you showed us, which was the intensity? Or
This
no?
is the intensity. Yeah, normally I don't have to fidget with this as much because I have tablet sensitivity, you know. So I'm hoping that most of you have tablet sensitivity with this, but yeah, right now I don't have it because of my tablet drivers or some other thing that I'm going to look into. But yeah, I'm just using clay buildup. And I'm just kind of carving away at the shape of this face. I'm going to use move topological because I feel like this brow needs to come down. I feel like this whole face needs to get a bit skinnier right here. I kind of want to add a ear to this. So let's go in. I'm just going to do clay buildup again. And I could use fancier tools to do this, but I want to show you just how versatile like your basic tools could be, right? So here we go, kind of pulling out that ear. I'm getting a little bit of, like, I can't affect much of that, right? Because it's getting more stretched out as we're going. And I'm gonna just use my move tool to pull that out a little bit more. But what I can do is dynamesh. So if I dynamesh that, now I have more even topology there again. And there we go.
I missed the ear part. I was like trying to figure out on my screen like how to do the ears, and I turned around and you already had yours.
Oh yeah, yeah. Let me just finish these up a little bit, but yeah, I'll do them again. Yeah, so there's some ears there. Let me control Z. And so I'm using clay buildup at the start. And I'm just pushing up on that surface right there, right? I'm just kind of building on there. And it doesn't look quite like an ear there exactly. But I'm going to try to get it close to the silhouette of it. I'm going to use move topological. And just so you know, I've bound all of these brushes to hotkeys. The regular hotkeys for these are like, you press B, and then the alphabetical letter for it. So if you wanted clay, you'd have to press C. And then if you wanted to clay buildup, you'd have to press D. So it'd be BCB would be the hotkey for that. I find that to be a big waste of time. So I think you press Control and Alt, and then you can set a hotkey to one of these. So if I do Control Alt, boom, press any combination to assign custom hotkey, or press Escape or mouse button to cancel. I'm just going to do Escape because I don't want that to be bound to a hotkey. But so that's how I set up my hotkeys. It's really easy. In case you're wondering how I'm like swapping between these tools so fast. And I'm noticing that I think I've made that ear too close to the rest of the face. So I'm going to push this back with my Move tool. And then it's all getting kind of stretched out there. So I'm going to do Control and then left click drag off the surface. Remember, if you don't have a mask and you're in Dynamesh mode, that's just going to rescan your model with Dynamesh again. It's a very, very nice little feature there. And we can start carving the rest of this up. I can mess with this, kind of push this down, make those ears not as high on the skull. Kind of modify this a little bit. Can carve deeper in for that like ear hole, you know, and then let's kind of build. Sorry, my computer's going really slow. Build on that surface right there. Kind of make that little nub. And then let's move this up. We'll move up on here. I feel like my ears in general are like a little bit too low. So I'm just going to use a big move topological, kind of push those up. It's like they're kind of a little bit too in. I'm going to, all right, it's auto saving. Never mind, I can do anything. So I'm going to kind of push in on the surface like that. I'm just going to continue to modify the silhouette of these ears. I feel like they're like too far out right now, so I'm going to push those back. Push those down. I should really be looking at reference for this, but I'll be showing how we use reference next class. And then you can just keep refining the surface. And notice how I haven't gone up on my Dynamesh. I'm keeping it in a nice low resolution, because if you go too high in Dynamesh, it's going to get too hard to sort of fix, right? If you get too dense of polygons, it's going to be harder to even out and to smooth, right? Let's take this nose. Kind of push it in. Yeah, it's coming along. And then for the lips, I'd use Dam Standard. Fantastic brush for that, because it just kind of pinches in, but also pushes inward, so you can get a nice little mouth shape real easy with that. then we can continue to make modifications to this stuff. Close in on that nose, we can make these eyebrows not as high up. We can kind of maybe raise the cheekbones a little bit. And then I don't expect you guys to get this right away, but I want to introduce the concept of subtools, right? So biggest problem with this face right now, no eyes, you know, this guy is not going to be able to see. We need some eyes in there. So if I go to my subtool panel, what I can do is go down to this append button. And essentially, I want you guys to be thinking of subtools as like separate 3D shapes in ZBrush, right? So in Maya, you could just create a cube and then you could create another cube, you know, they're two separate objects. Essentially what a subtool is, it's just another 3D object in the scene. So like on, if I just go in here, let me try to find that Raf Grassetti page. Yeah, so this guy, like you'd have this face, like the flesh of it be a separate subtool. You'd have this ring of the crown, that's probably a separate subtool. Each of these spikes could be a separate subtool as well. This leather strap could be a separate subtool. This leather bit right there, that'd be a separate subtool. This ring could be a separate subtool. And then of course you can just merge those together so they're like one subtool after you're done. But like when you're sculpting it and stuff, you can work with them as separate subtools. And so the way we get another subtool into our scene, and I'm just going to put an eyeball in there, is by going to append, and then the eyes. You might be thinking, Mike, you could just use that insert multi-mesh brush from earlier to make a sphere, and that's true. But I want to at least introduce the idea of subtools. So I just put a new sphere in the scene. For some reason, ZBrush doesn't automatically select it once you append it, and I've always found that to be dumb. So you have to left-click on the subtool. And the way that you swap between these subtools is that you click on the 3D object, like icon itself. Don't click on any of these. These are used for like Boolean operations. But you can also, and be sure you're not clicking on this little tiny arrow. Make sure you're just clicking here when you're selecting the subtools. You can also switch between subtools easy in the viewport by pressing Alt and then left clicking on it. See how I'm swapping between those two subtools. You can also turn them off visibly. You know? So if you press that eye icon, it's going to disable it. You can't disable the eye on like, or you can't make it. You can't make your currently selected object invisible. No matter what you have selected, it's going to be visible, right? So see how even though that face is now invisible, as soon as I select it, it's visible again. This sphere is now invisible, so I can like swap between them like that, you know. So let's turn visibility on because I need it for both of those. And I'm essentially going to rotate this sphere forward. And if I hold shift, it goes by 5-degree increments. So I'm going to use that to just face it straight forward, you know, because I always find that like you have this surface on the eyeball, right? Where the poly frame kind of, they all go to this point, right? This little polar junction of all of these edges. And I like to face that forward, right? I feel like that's where the eye should be staring, just because the topology makes sense for the rest of it, you know? So that's done. And then I'm going to turn off polyframe. Remember that's Shift F or this little button right here. And then I'm going to scale that down. And then I'm going to move it up. And let's move it over. So I'm just going to get one eye in the scene. And there we go. And you can also use for like, if you have intersecting objects like this, you can turn on transparency. And so you can kind of see through the mesh. That's really helpful in this sort of situation. Super helpful. Feel free to experiment with that. But yeah, so let's get this in a nice spot for the eye. Might move it a little bit forward. a little bit inward. And if you need to, or when you get to that point, you can also angle the eyes out a little bit, because believe it or not, actually anatomically, our eyes are essentially like oriented outward a little bit. Like instead of going straight out like this, they're a little bit outward. It's just how the rest of our eyelid forms around it. It makes it look like our eyes are always staring forward, but yeah, so they are in fact a little bit angled outward like that. So that's done, right? And then I want to show you guys, I don't want to overwhelm you, but I want to show you a little glimpse of the madness that is ZBrush. Because now I have one eye, I need the other one, correct? So if you go to geometry and then modify topology, because we're going to be creating points on this side, that's going to be modifying the topology. If you do mirror and weld, boom, it's going to create it over there as well. And so now if I use my move tool, and if I turn on symmetry with X, I can kind of move both of those points and kind of get them to a good spot to be in the skull. And then I can go back to my other subtool, right? So now that's one subtool. Oh, they went away. That means they're probably visibility is checked off on them. Yeah, looks like it. And there we go. So now we have some eyes in the face. And then I like to just get those there because it helps kind of craft. It helps me know where to craft the eyelids and stuff. And the eyelids, I can do a fancy way, or I can just do some clay buildup, on top of them to create that eyelid, I'm just doing strokes on top of it,
How did you duplicate the eyeball again?
It is, boom, you select that eyeball and then you're looking for geometry, modify topology, mirror and weld. That's just one of those buttons that you'll have to memorize. You'll have to eventually memorize delete hidden as well. And perhaps close holes, but that's pretty much it out of this entire modify topology menu. So you're looking for mirror and weld. And I would say that I could do with moving this inward a little bit. When I zoom out, it looks like has a little bit too wide set of eyes. We can move this in a little bit. Then I can go back into this rest of the face and start to move topological stuff, right? To sort of craft a nice, reasonable eye in here.
Could you add an object through subtool again? I didn't catch that.
Absolutely, yeah. So let's put some eyebrows on this guy, right? This guy could use some eyebrows. Let me get that surface a little bit refined. This guy could definitely use some eyebrows. Also just some major changes to everything, but let's do append. And let's append a sphere. Actually, yeah, let's do a sphere, sure. Append a sphere, boom. So a new sphere has been created in here.
Gotcha.
And
thank you.
I can, make sure that you click on it immediately because ZBrush doesn't select it by default for some reason. That's never made sense to me at all. But yeah, there you go. Is that all you needed to know about that process?
Yeah.
Nice.
Thank you.
I was gonna ask you for the mouth. I was having a hard time. I was having a hard time with mouth, but it's like if I do the dam, or what is it, the trim dam standard?
Dam standard, yeah.
And then because I didn't see when you were doing it, I was too caught up with like trying to do some
Yeah.
like a gear.
No, that makes like yeah. Don't apologize, guys. Like that's we're gonna. It's a whole new program. You're gonna want to explore it. But yeah, let me undo my mouth. That's a sentence that you'll only hear in like a art class. Let me undo this mouth real quick. There we go. So essentially I build up kind of like the fleshiness of that mouth area, you know, with a little clay buildup. And then I smooth it a little bit, bring it in on some of these points. And then kind of on this like outcropping of it, that's where I use Dam Standard. And I use kind of a bigger Dam Standard, you know, and then I just kind of gently go across on it right there, you know.
Is there a way to put like brushes you like together? Kind of like Photoshop, like in a folder or something?
Oh, you'll see like at the top of your brush menu, if you're still using this, like your recent brushes will show up on top of here.
Ah, okay.
So
I didn't really see that. I was just looking at all the brushes.
yeah, because it just flogs you with 8 billion brushes at once when you open that. But yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Do you usually make eyebrows like that with another poly mesh or object?
I would for this class. I
see.
would. In more like photorealistic art, though, you're going to be using a bunch of polygons that are just kind of like a few polys long. It'll be like a strip of polys, and then you'll just have a bunch of them kind of tiled across there. You use a plugin in Maya for that called XGen. That's usually how they create fur as well, and all that sort of stuff.
Is it to? So then it's. Sorry. Is that so then you can actually animate it?
No, that's just because it's going to give you a more realistic look than like having a sculpted thing like this. But I recommend that everyone does more stylized characters for when we're actually going into the characters themselves, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, it'll, if you use actual hairs like that in Maya, it'll look a lot more convincing, you know. And also think about like Pixar movies, their hair systems, they have like actual strands of hair, you know, on the model. So they're doing the same thing, even though they are stylized as well.
Gotcha.
And it's usually they actually have people that are full-time, they call them groom artists, because it's like you're grooming like an animal or something, you know, like yeah. So yeah, that'll be someone's whole job is to do the hair. Basically 3D barbers or stylists.
Why can't you do the hair on top of the mesh, like on top of just the head?
Oh, you could.
Oh,
I find that it helps to separate it out though, just workflow wise, you know, because if you have to do if you have to alter the head in a big way, you know, then you don't have like the hair connected to it, so then you can alter them both, you know.
Gotcha. Okay.
That's usually why I switch it up. But like think about like the statue of David, like Michelangelo did not have subtools, you know, so that's all one hunk of marble. So we can do the same thing in ZBrush, you know.
Okay.
All right, y'all. I feel like now's a good time to head off to dinner. So let's break. Let's get back at 7. And yeah, I'll just go over a few more things in ZBrush. But you guys do know most of the tools that we're going to use already. There's just a lot of like, different use case stuff. So we'll go a little bit more into that. And yeah, it'll be a lot of fun. I'm excited. We can show off if you want, feel free to post a screenshot. Like if you're on Windows, you can use the snipping tool. And then you can do like a new one and feel free to take a screenshot of what you've been working on and then copy and paste that into the class Discord. Let's see. 426. Feel free to put it in the art sharing channel. Boop. Just to see what we got going on, Feel free to put it in there. But yeah, so be back at 7.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. We're resuming recording now, y'all. We're getting back to it. I heard Discord popping off, so I want to check out what's going on in there. Because y'all got some dope stuff in here, dude. I'm liking it. So we got my sculpt, very nice, very nice. And then we got some Yoda in here. Hell yeah, I'm liking it. Quiz for y'all. What tool could we use to get better results on these ears? Because see how stretched out these polygons are? Pop quiz, y'all. What could we use to get better topology on those? Any ideas?
Dynamesh.
Hey, there we go. I was tabbed out, so I don't know who said it, but someone said Dynamesh, and they're correct. Exactly. So like, I want you guys to realize that whenever you see something like stretched out like this, you could Dynamesh or use a tool that we're going to show you in a second, called ZRemesh. That's also very, very good for this sort of thing. But yeah, no, I'm really liking what I'm seeing there. Very nice. And then Ivy's got this nice soft sort of cartoony character. I'm liking it. I'm liking how the mouth is turning out there as well. Like I feel like you did a decent job of getting that crease on the sides there. I'm liking it. It definitely gonna want to add some eyes. That'll be the next step for that bad boy. And we got a spiky pig here. I guess that'd be a hedgehog, I guess. A stylized hedgehog. I like it. I like these eyebrows as well. Just I always love that in like designs when like a character has just like that little like almost like the Shiba Inu eyebrow shape. I love that. It's just so nice. Oh, I'm liking it. I'm liking it. This guy's got a big mouth area. I like that we have the eyeballs in there as well. You guys will find that as you're adding these eyes, it's gonna be quite the test to try to get the rest of the anatomy of the face to work well with it. Like it's gonna be a hard thing to do. And it'll just take time. And yeah, this is coming along nicely. I like what I'm seeing here. Sean's got some really like flat geo here. If you encounter this sort of, I'm wondering what brush you used to make this. Sean, what brush were you using to make these little like points right here?
You're talking about the hair?
Yeah, I'm talking about the hair and like down here as well. Because it's like they're like flat almost. Did you use snake hook on those or no?
Oh, I'm trying to find it. It was snake hook.
Yeah, snake hook will give you that sort of effect. Which reminds me, if you guys do end up with stuff that's flattened like that and you can't mess with it very well, let's take a look at snake hook and start using that. So I don't recommend snake hook all the time because it will give you messed up topology. Like it'll be kind of squeezed in there. But you can also use a brush. Like if you encounter anything that kind of like pinches and flattens out like that, and you want it to not be that way, you want to give it some more thickness again. What you can do is we're looking for inflate. There you go, inflate right here, and inflate will just kind of spread out the geometry. So be aware of inflate. That one can save you if you crumple your geometry a little bit. And so now my guy's, an elf. And if I dynamesh, boom.
Are you sharing your screen? Because
I'm not. I'm assuming. I'm assuming that I'm not because.
Yeah, I was tripping out.
No, thank you so much for telling me. I will. I'm gonna be excited to go back into in person. So let's go share screen. Yeah, sorry about that, y'all. So if you encounter a problem, like let's go to snake hook here. Let's get all this. So see how it like really pulls that out and flattens it. And then it's kind of hard to work with. What you can do is, well, one, I would rescan that geometry, right? Like I would definitely do a dynamesh on that. But inflate, this brush right here, inflate, will give you thickness in there, a little bit more thickness. So that'll be nice. So get used to that. That's a cool brush to use. Also on like long thin shapes like this, instead of using clay buildup or like one of your clay brushes to sort of modify the surface, if I want it to get slimmer, I will usually just smooth it. So see how as I'm going over it with smooth, it's kind of getting thinner in some areas. I'd really recommend that for like long, slender sort of shapes, But yeah, so I'm liking that. Let's look at some more stuff in here. Derpy elf mafia boss with a really janky nose. I'm liking it. He's looking gruff. He's got that like old timey mustache. Oh, I'm liking this one as well. Don't be afraid to break the silhouette of the sphere though, right? Because there's so much more shape that you can play with if you start messing with that stuff. Oh, nice. I'm liking this as well. Definitely got a. It's nice to see like a completely different type of face. I'm enjoying it. But yeah. Any problems that y'all ran into while we were on break that you want to ask me about?
Yeah, I was wondering if you can show me how to use the what's it called again? Uh, the something that starts with a D. Dynamesh? Yeah.
Dynamesh? Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, will do. In fact, the ears are a fantastic demo. So if I did want some elf ears on this, right?
Mhm.
Or if you pull geometry out, and this might help with polyframe on, like if I pull this ear out, actually let's use snake hook for that. Let's use some snake hook. Because I do want it to come to a point, but if I was getting some elf ears on this bad boy, and I pull out the geometry like this, do you visually see how stretched out these verts are? Like, look at the distance between these verts and these verts, right? As opposed to like these ones over here.
Yeah.
So I want you guys to be able to visually see that before we Dynamesh, because this type of problem means that you, like, if you try to sculpt on it and try to do clay buildup, it's only pushing, it can only push and pull on those verts. It's the exact same thing as when we're modeling in Maya. It can only push and pull on points with vertices. So over here, I can do some nice sculpting, but on this ear part, like right here, I'm like mousing over this, but it's not moving because there's not any vertices over there. So what we need to do is get Dynamesh to resample this, right? So what I'm going to do is go to geometry, Dynamesh, and then with this button highlighted right here, like how it's highlighted orange, you can tell that you have Dynamesh activated. To get it to rescan your model and resample it like this, you have two options. You can either click on this button twice, it'll turn it off, and then on again, and it'll resample it. Or you can control and then drag in the negative space of the model. And then watch what happens to this ear when I do that. So you see that, see how it's resampled now?
Okay.
And I can more easily use those points to actually sculpt on.
Yeah, I was like a bit confused on how to turn it on. Or I thought it's like something like a smooth tool where you have to like kind of do it manually, but
for sure. Yeah. No, it's just a little button right there. But yeah, it's an important one to know though. So thank you for asking the question. Because yeah, the concept of Dynamesh takes a little while to sink in for students, I've noticed. So just get.
My computer's getting slow. Can you show me how to delete the quick saves again?
Yeah. Your computer's going slow. Is it going slow on every movement, or every brush stroke?
No, it's actually just on the smooth brush when I hold shift and then let it go.
Interesting. Do me a favor. So you see this little button right here? You're going to have a button to the right of it. I've deleted it off my UI, so I don't press it or anything. Is that button highlighted?
No.
Okay. So you're not in Sculptress Pro mode. But hold shift and tell me if it highlights.
Say that one more time. I think you cut out a little.
Hold shift and then tell me if that button highlights, because you said it's only on the shift on the smooth brush.
Okay, let me see. No, it does not highlight.
Interesting. Okay. Because deleting the quick saves won't speed it up. I'm wondering. I'm wondering what could be the problem. Because did you go up in? Do you see these active points on your side? What number is in total points?
Hold on. 690, and then total points 690.
690.
Is that too much?
No, that'd be too little. Wait, 690,000 or?
Oh, is that a? I wasn't counting it. I thought it was a decimal.
Oh yeah.
That's a comma. Okay, 690,000.
690,000. Okay, no, that should be fine still. because you can go up to millions of points in ZBrush. Huh? That's
Because
weird.
when I was working on the neck of the skull,
Mhm.
I was trying to smooth it out, and then that's when it started going really slow for some reason. Whereas when I was doing that on the horns of the skull, it didn't have any problems. So
Okay.
does it just happen randomly because it's
No, I'm thinking that something is activating. That's weird. Would you mind sharing your screen?
I don't mind.
All right, so let me stop my share so I can watch. Let's see.
Here, let me use my tablet. Let's see. Okay. Oh. Why is it working now?
Oh, is it fine?
I guess so, yeah. Never mind.
Huh.
Ignore me.
Okay.
That's so annoying. Over the break, I was like working on it and whatever. Never mind. Ignore
For
me.
sure. For sure.
Why does it happen sometimes though?
I don't know. I'd have to see it happening to kind of tell what's going on.
Okay.
Yeah, it's very strange.
Okay, never mind. Cool.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. So screen share. Boop. There we go. All right. So does anyone want me to demo any of the other tools that I've shown again before I move on to other tools?
Not a tool, but can you show how you make the eyes again?
Yeah, absolutely. So I want everyone to know that these eyes are subtools. So they're separate 3D objects in the scene, right? And you can see that I have the head, the eyes, and then the eyebrows on separate subtools in here. So let's turn off the eyebrows. And I'm going to turn off the eyes as well by clicking that little button. And what I'm going to do is append. So append subtool takes another subtool in your existing scene and puts it in this list of subtools over here. And what you have to do is click on it. You have to select that new subtool. And then I use my move, scale, and rotate tool. So this one, it's very similar to Maya's move, scale, and rotate tools, but it combines them all into one, right? So you have this little circle is rotation. You can rotate it any which way. These move it around. And then these blocks in the middle scale it. So I think it's a really cool way of working with that sort of Maya manipulator. And I'm just going to move it into position. I'm going to scale it down. I'm going to move it forward a little bit. And then remember, I always like to just rotate it out a little bit because our eyes do that in real life to accommodate the nerves in the back of the eye that allow us to see. So I like to get that in there as well. And then, so once we have that, and once it's situated, I like to go to geometry, modify topology, and then mirror and weld. That's going to mirror any subtool that you have selected. And since we only have verts on one side of the scene, it's just going to mirror them over to the other side. And then we can press X to enable symmetry, and then we can move these at the same time and get some cool results that way. So yeah, that's how I get the eyes in there. It's appending subtools. And again, that's under the subtool menu over here. So append. That's what you're looking for.
All right, thank you.
Noise. Yeah, no problem. Any other questions before I give a few more tools?
Do we just like save as like we want to save our work?
Yeah, I just go to File, Save As. Remember, I turn off Undo History if I never want to Control Z. Like if I really like where I'm at, I just turn off undo history, it really saves on file size. Because if you don't, then you can get huge files, you know. So I always do save as. And then I'll do elf demo. As the name, or whatever you're naming your sculpt.
How is it that you change, like, say undo, like take off all the undos or the history, undo the history?
Well, when you just click this button.
Okay.
It's a little toggle button. So, and I have my undos in the scene that I have open still, but like if I opened up that version of the file that I saved out, it wouldn't have any undo history that I could do. Just because I like to save on hard drive space with that. Because ZBrush files can get real big. Any other tools that y'all want me to go over again? Any brushes? Anything? Because I'm very down before moving on. Always down.
I don't know if my Dynamesh is working. It doesn't change resolution, and I'm looking through it.
Okay.
Like the wireframe.
Yeah. If you turn on the poly frame with Shift F or this little button, you can see it. Also, do a test for me, right? So what I want you to do is take the move topological brush and like just wiggle a part of the mesh around and then run Dynamesh again.
Okay. Are you not able to like actively change it whenever? Does it have to be?
Yeah, you have to like
do something.
Exactly. You have to do like one small change to the mesh and then it will be like, oh, okay. Now I can Dynamesh. It's like you could have done that before. Like, what?
All right. I thought something was all right. Thank you.
No, it's all good. But yeah. So all right. Any other questions before I show you guys some other tools?
For like where we're at right now, is there, because I know you were saying it's like total points, is there like a minimum or like where we should stay at while we're like still kind of building, not going too crazy on the detail?
Yeah, I would say one second, let me just check. Don't go beyond like 100, 150K, you know. Don't go beyond that really, because then it gets too smooth. Like, you notice how smooth my mesh is. And then, and I'm going to talk about this in a bit when we talk about subdivisions, but like, see now when I'm like sculpting this stuff, it gets harder to smooth. See how I'm like smoothing it, but it's not changing as much. But if I'm down on like a lower subdivision, boom, I can really change my geometry that way.
Yeah, I think I went like maybe one too high.
Yeah.
And like now it's like,
oh dude, yeah,
mess around more on the like previous one.
That's 100% gonna happen. That's just part of the ZBrush journey. That happens to all of us as we're learning, and then you'll get a feel for it as you go along too, and get better at it and understand how dense of polys you should be using. But yeah. Yeah. Any other questions? I want to make sure we're not confused, you know.
How do we turn on and off the brush so we can, what we do on one side will match with the other side?
Oh, turning on and off symmetry. So that's X.
Oh, it's X, okay.
Yeah, and you can tell that it's enabled by, see how my cursor's over this side of the mesh, but then I see this other red point on the corresponding side. That's how you, yeah, that's how you know it's enabled then.
Gotcha, okay.
Nice. And usually what we do when we're working with symmetry is that I use it for a long time. I'll use it until I have a lot of the stuff figured out. And then I'll break symmetry once I have my main features, and I'll start doing my secondary features like wrinkles and stuff and all that sort of stuff. So I save it. I keep it symmetrical for a long time when I'm working. Any other questions?
If you have like 690,000 points like me, can you go back?
I would just Dynamesh at a lower resolution. I'll go to Dynamesh and I'd do like, 128 or like maybe 64 resolution. It does do stuff based on like the scale of your object though. So if you scaled your object super huge and used like Dynamesh resolution, it would be, it kind of uses like a world scale inside ZBrush. So you'd have a pretty dense model still. So it'll just take you running Dynamesh with different resolutions to be able to tell like where you should keep it.
I see. Okay. Thank you.
No problem. Any other questions? All righty. Well, let's talk more about topology and detailing, right? Because I've yet to show you guys. I showed a little bit, but I've yet to show y'all what ZBrush's like superpowers are. Like Dynamesh, don't get me wrong, is pretty ripped. Like it's an insane feature. I love it. ZBrush used to not have it when I first started learning, and it made me very sad. So I'm very glad to have it. But what originally made ZBrush amazing was our ability to go up in detail. And there's a few tools that we're going to be using in the future that are like amazing for it. So the first tool I want to show you guys is right underneath Dynamesh. So we see geometry right here. We're going, instead of having Dynamesh on, we're going to be using ZRemesh. So if you open up ZRemesh, what we can do is scan our geometry, and I'm going to turn on polyframe for this, right? And you'll see my geometry change dramatically, because Dynamesh is great. Don't get me wrong. It's great for two things, right? It's great for resampling. Remember how I resampled this ear to make it a nice, more tightly packed polys there that I could sculpt on. But it's also good for for combining shapes. Remember how I had that extra shape in that neck, and then it Dynameshed it together. So it's fucking phenomenal for those. I love that function of both of those tools. Or I love both those functions of that tool of Dynamesh. Now ZRemesh works a little bit different. It's going to take your existing geometry and it's going to give you better topology. Remember how I was telling you that topology is meant to follow the shape of the object, right? You'll notice that this face topology isn't following any sort of shape. And it's, in fact, it's coming to a bunch of triangles in here to resolve the density of stuff, you know? And like, you don't have that concentric circle around the face. Let me go to this. Let's do face topology. You can see it's in my search history because I'm a big 3D nerd. But like, this is good topology. See how these bands, why is this the most JPEG image ever? Can I click on it? Get a better one? Nice. So like this one, see how it like follows the shape of that, of the eyebrow and like the sort of musculature of that, and how you get these concentric circles around the mouth. Now, ZBrush has a tool that's going to automatically do that for us. But it's not going to be as good as if we manually did it ourselves, like piece by piece. But observe. So this is our mesh. It's been dynameshed. And then Z remesh. Let's just do, let's see, total points 51. This little target polygons count is in terms of thousands. So if I wanted the same density, I'd have to go to like, 51 on here. Or wait, no, sorry about that. Active points is 15. So if I wanted the same density as this, I'd have to go to 15. And then if I press Z remesh, just watch the topology of the head. Just watch how it changes. And Z remesh takes a little bit of time. It takes a lot longer than Dynamesh. But look at that. You see that? No more triangles. Now my geometry kind of follows that eyebrow shape right there. It follows the jaw, So this is a lot better topology for us to sculpt on. And I want everyone to sort of understand that concept. And we can go in and further control this, right? There's a little tool called Z Remesh Guide. So if you click on that, you're going to start drawing curves. And let's get one around the eye. So I'm just drawing a curve around the eye. And I'm going to do one around the eyebrow as well. Very nice. And let's do one down the jaw. And I'm going to get one around the mouth too. There we go. And then what we can do is in this curves strength slider, we can control how much Z remesh is going to conform to those curves. And sometimes it errors out with this, with curves like this. So I usually leave it on like 94. I don't go all the way to 100. And then let's do this again. Let's see remesh again. And boom. So it's a little bit different now. It's kind of conforming to that. See how these circles now flow around the mouth. So it's a little bit better. And it will serve us for our purpose. And let's turn off the poly frame. So now you can see what it looks like, and we can sculpt on this a lot more, So yeah, so that's one of the great tools of ZBrush is Z remesh. We're going to be using that when we're making our characters, because I want you guys to sort of use that to cut some corners when making these characters. Now for our class, I would say that this amount of polys is still way too high for us. Like that's a lot of poly still. Like I would go cut that into like a third of that amount. So I'd go down to like 5 and then see remesh, something like that's going to be a lot easier to deal with. That's still a lot though. I'm going to turn off adapt. Let's do Z remesh. And there you go. So now we're getting to more manageable sizes there. But I'm sure you guys are wondering, because I showed you guys Raf's work and its amazing detail. You're like, Mike, how is that possible in here, right? How's that possible in ZBrush? And I hesitate to show it to you guys because our instinct is to be like if you like, I would just be like, okay, I'm going to make this super detailed now, and I'm going to start doing wrinkles. Nah, like I need to work on the anatomy of this like much longer than I have. Like I need to put hours into that before going on to the secondary and even smaller details, you know. But I do want you guys to know about it. So the way that you get a lot of extra detail in these characters, it's by hitting divide up here. So it's in there. This has all been in our geometry tab. I think we've only used geometry and subtool so far in terms of buttons. And what I'm looking for is divide right here. So if I click this, see what happens. Look at that. You see that? So everything got immediately smoother. Everything immediately got a little bit smoother. And so now, essentially what it did was it took every single polygon and then it divided it once. It basically is that it's that smooth button in Maya that I showed, but in ZBrush. And the cool thing about these subdivision levels that you can scroll through them. Boop. So see how I'm back at my base level on level 1. And if I go to level 2, boom, you can see that it divided it right along those. And so that is like how you start to build up that crazy detail that you see. And I feel like my pen sensitivity, I thought I fixed it during the break, but I feel like my pen sensitivity is still not working very well. But so let's turn this down. But yeah, so then you can start getting more detail in here. Like if I wanted to sculpt out and define this nose a little bit more, I could do that now that I have that geometry there, you know. I wanted to damn standard it, kind of push in, pinch on that nose, and then build the nostril back, you know. Like I could do that with this extra geo that I'm getting. If I wanted the crease of that mouth, you know, I can, this is what I can use that extra detail for, you know. I don't think it looks particularly great, so I'm going to soften that. But this is like the great strength of ZBrush. And as I was saying before, you gotta spend the time on each of these subdivision levels to sort of make it precisely like match your reference. Like you don't want to just add like 3 subdivision levels. You have to go through each subdivision level and sort of start to layer on detail in that sculpt, you know, at least when we're starting out. As you get better at working with higher poly meshes, you can kind of start skipping the subdivision levels. And sorry, I'm getting lost in like the sculpting zone, but yeah, it's a fantastic tool though, and you can keep going, right? So if I just divide again, boom, look at that. It's getting even smoother. And remember, you can always go back down. So say I forgot to put like this nostril in, right? And say I'm at subdivision level 4. I could go back down to like subdivision level 2 and start to push in on that mesh. Let's up the intensity there. And then now on subdivision level 3, you can see, and 4, you can see that detail in there. So that's like, this is really what ZBrush became famous for, was sculpting in real time at these higher, crazier resolutions. So yeah. But yeah, so give it a try, but also realize that we definitely have to work on like our overall shape before we get super far into these subdivision levels. Also get all of your main features represented in your Dynamesh first, and then Z-remesh, and then start on your subdivision levels. Like, think about it. Like, I don't have a mouth right now. I just have a crease that I made with damn standard. So like, I can never open this character's mouth, you know. If I wanted to do that, then I'd have to, you know, I'd probably have to delete my lower levels, boom, like this. Delete higher, so I just have no subdivision levels. Then I'd go into Dynamesh. And then I go at a higher resolution because I'm like working at a kind of higher resolution now. And I would sculpt in the inside of that mouth. I know it looks very wacky right now, and it will for a little while. But then I would re-Dynamesh this, and then bring those lips back down. So I'm gonna bring those down. Those polys are getting stretched out, so I'm gonna Dynamesh them. Boom, there you go. And this looks like a nightmare, but bear with us. Bear with us. Boom. And just keep doing that until we have our mouth shape back. Now the problem is, one of the biggest problems with Dynamesh is that it can sort of break your geometry. Watch what happens if I bring this mouth to a close, like to a complete close, right on top of it itself. So that's all getting pinched together. And then watch what happens when I Dynamesh. Pay attention to this right there. Boom, you see that? It's gotten sealed up. So Dynamesh kind of just scanned through and it was like, oh, these are close enough together. Let's just make geometry over that. So that's one of the biggest problems with Dynamesh. So you'll have to be careful about that. And you're like, Mike, how do we fix that then? The solution is, or the easiest one, would be just to Z-remesh this instead. So I have this mouth shape. If I just go to Z-remesh, I'm gonna do half. So I'm gonna cut my current resolution in half. It's a little bit too detailed for me right now. So I'm just gonna do Z-remesh. And it's thanking. It's gonna be thanking a lot. Like I said, Z-remesh takes forever. There we go. So now you'll notice that it rescanned the geo. I can sculpt on it again. And it's not sealing, it's not like welding together there. So yeah, it's pretty nice. All right, any questions about that?
So the divide tool is something we use after we've Z-remesh, Dynamesh, and we're ready to like make it extremely
smooth, yeah, and detailed, yeah. So you want to get your sculpt to be in a really good spot before you leap into that.
Okay.
What tool did you use to make like the hole for the inside of the mouth?
Oh, that was just
The move? Oh, no.
that was clay buildup with like a very strong intensity here. Of course, normally I don't, like I said, I don't have to mess around with this intensity slider as much because my tablet sensitivity works. But yeah, I just kind of pushed through that. You see how much it just shot through that. It even went out the backside right there. But yeah.
And then did you Z-remesh when it was a hole?
I was dynamic, so I pushed in, and then I pulled the lips back together, and then but I left a gap there, and then I dynameshed, and then I pulled them to their current like distance from each other, and then I Z-remeshed.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. Thanks for asking the question, though. Well, I mean, for the rest of the class, it's just gonna be pretty much us exploring ZBrush. Like, I really want you guys to mess around with this software because it's, of course, a new piece of software, right? And I want you just to get acquainted with it. So I'm just gonna be hanging out. Please ask me any questions. And remember, for our homework, it's going to be a sculpt of a head. I want you guys to do a head with a face. Doesn't have to be like a human. It could be any face, you know. It could be an alien, whatever you want to do. But I just really want you to explore the brushes, because like we're not trying to match a concept with this, you know. We're just exploring the tools, and this is our time to fall on our faces, y'all. This is our time to mess up, make mistakes, you know, and ask me questions. This is our time to learn.
Mike, quick question.
Yeah, what's up?
When you were making the head at the very beginning, like to create the chin and like move the head out, it was you used the move topological, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Exactly. Yeah. And you'll see that as I'm working, like I could even use move topological on this bad boy right now. Like I don't like how flared out this nose is right here. I don't like how bunched up it is right there. Like you should always be modifying your proportions and your anatomy with this one, you know. Like it's a fantastic brush.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
How do you know which angle to drag the topology from when you're using move topology?
Essentially when you're using move topological, it's going to be kind of moving left and right. So if I grab a spot right here, see how it's just moving that spot left and right?
Uh-huh.
It's kind of perpendicular to the camera view, right? So it's great for using like on the side of things like this, you know?
Right.
And like for the nose, like if I wanted to adjust this now, it'd be great. But if I wanted to adjust this part, it's not as great. If I wanted to like pull it closer to me, instead I'd have to go from this angle, you know, and pull. So it's always going to be going perpendicular to you. If I wanted to change the width of the mouth, I'd have to go from an angle like from the front, or from like just slightly to the side, so it kind of follows the shape of that plane of the face right there. Though you can hold Alt and use move topological. And remember how I said Alt activates either the opposite of the brush or it does a different feature. This one kind of bulges out from the surface or into the surface. So it's a nice little alternate feature of that brush. I really like it.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
For the homework, can we just keep on working on the head that we already got going?
You can. I really suggest that you don't, though, because I find that iteration and like starting fresh, especially with a new art form like this, I feel like it's worth it to start over it and do something new, you know. Because if you talk to any character artist, they will say that they've done thousands upon thousands of heads, you know, thousands upon thousands of bodies, thousands upon thousands of, like they do so much iteration and to get better. So I recommend that you guys don't. Just because y'all's second attempt is going to be so much stronger than your first, you know.
Is pressing shift while doing the clay buildup like about the same as using like the smooth brush tool, or?
It is the exact same, because if you look at the top left, see how I have clay buildup selected, and I'm like on my model, and then see when I press shift, it switches to smooth. So it actually changes the brush that you're using when like regardless of what brush you have selected. You know, so no matter what brush that you're using, shift will always be that smooth brush.
Okay.
Hey Mike.
Yeah, what's up?
How did you make the keyboard shortcut for the tools?
Oh yeah, so if you any tool that you see in here, like you could even make a shortcut for like the draw size. Like I bound that to a different button because I'm constantly changing my draw size. For any of these buttons, you just press control and alt and then click the button. And then see how it says up in the top left, press any key combination to assign a custom key. So if I press K right now, it's going to bind that to K, you know?
Okay.
So yeah, that's how you set up hotkeys for this. I just remember that those won't transition to those won't transfer over to class because they have their own hotkeys on campus. So I'm going to be messing up a lot when we go when we're at campus, but that's fine. Oh, that reminds me while we're at it, since we're going to be on campus next week, when you're done with your head, make sure that you click this export button, and then export as a FBX, like a .fbx, and also do a .obj just to be sure. FBX and OBJ are like the most basic file types for 3D. That way we have something to bring to campus, and because they're on a different version of ZBrush. So when you're working with your whole character, you're gonna have to do the same thing, right? You have to export as OBJs or FBXs and bring those back home. Yeah.
Mike, so if you wanted to add hair, like, so since I'm playing around, how would you go about,
absolutely,
or your way of going about adding hair?
It depends greatly on the hairstyle. I will say though that we should all do stylized hair. So if we just want some reference just to see what I'm talking about, let's do stylized hair ZBrush. So see this, something more curvy like that. We're not getting like all of the strands in it. And essentially what a lot of these people do is use like some insert multi-meshes, like you see this. So these are a bunch of those multi-meshes. You saw me make the neck that way, but we can do we can give it a shot on these first ones with just some stylized hair like this, you know. And so if I was to give this character some hair, first of all, like what's the haircut going to be, you know? But we can kind of just bully a sphere into that shape. I'm going to show you guys a tool that's better for this next week, but I don't want to overwhelm you guys. But we can bully a sphere. For the meantime, we can bully a sphere into that shape. So what I'm talking about is that we just do this, and then I'm going to take my move topological, and I'm just going to start giving it the shape of that hair, right? It's going to look weird at first for a while. Oh, looks like I didn't have symmetry on, so I'm going to go to geometry. I'm going to do that same mirror and weld button to make it symmetrical again. Boom, there we go. Then I'm going to press X to activate symmetry. And it's getting stretched out pretty decently, like up here. See how stretched that is? Let's just Dynamesh that. Boom, there we go. Let's go with lower resolution Dynamesh. I really want to have something that I can work with nicely and easily here. So let's push this around and give it the haircut that we want. And then with these sorts of sculpts with hair, you kind of want to break symmetry a little bit early on it, right? So if I wanted to part on the side, whoops, not that, I would press X to disable that. And then I could start doing like a part. Let's do like a damn standard. Boom, there we go. So it's going to give us a nice part right there. You can also use it to sort of define some ridges for this hair. We can use it to carve in as well. And pull out different parts of it. And then we can just go in from there and start massaging these pieces and using some clay buildup as well. Defining those. I find that hair is really nice to have some good reference for as well, because it's such a complex shape, you know. You can already see like kind of where it's going.
Okay, so then after that, like how you're doing the dance standard, that's like if you were trying to emphasize like little hair strands here and there.
I'm actually kind of going more for bigger shapes.
Okay.
In this, you know, so I feel like it'd be good for getting these bigger features first, and then if you wanted to detail it afterwards. So let's just get some more of these in here. And I'm using dam standard. I'm using Alt on dam standard to kind of make it bevel out in places as well. Not just using default dam standard. Let's get some strands that we want to detail in here, because doing the whole thing is going to take a while. So let's just get into this. I would go up in subdivision levels with this. Boom. And then you can kind of do smaller streaks across the hair. And I'm just using a smaller brush on these, you know. And if you want, you can go even higher in terms of subdivisions. But yeah, so hair takes a while. I use I use the approach where I use insert multi-meshes usually, but I just wanted to show you how I do it with default brushes. I think standard is also pretty good for this as well. If we just go back to the standard brush, and then kind of define these. I do wish my sensitivity worked for this though. This would be fantastic. Because if you have brush sensitivity on, you can kind of make them like have more of a fall off with each stroke. But right now I'm just kind of at max intensity the whole way through, so I don't get as much finesse. But But yeah, so that'd be my process for hair. Make general shape, identify like those bigger clumps, get those represented, divide it up, and then use smaller brush strokes to create the strands of hair.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Mike.
What's up?
How I started over, so how do you do the other eye?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So you
I
have
already
one.
have it in place. Yeah, I have one in place.
Nice. Okay, let me simulate that on my end. A second. Here we go. Sorry, I'm just deleting one of my eyes real quick.
Okay.
Okay. So you got one eye in the spot. Perfect. Next step is to go to geometry, modify topology, mirror and weld.
Wait, I just got to geometry. Okay, geometry. So modified. Okay.
And then mirror and weld is what you're looking for.
Okay, there it is.
Nice.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Quick question. So if we masked something, and I know it's the same thing like control and negatives, drag on the negative space.
Mm-hmm.
But is that the same thing for Dynamesh?
It is. Yeah, it is a bit confusing, but yeah, so it's control drag in the negative space to undo a mask. And then if you have no mask and you control drag and you have this little Dynamesh button highlighted, then it's going to rescan your mesh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, no problem.
I didn't know if I was like undoing the mask,
If
but
you-
also undoing Dynamesh.
Yeah, right. Yeah, no, that's a good question. Yeah. Yeah, because that can definitely be confusing with the same hotkey and all.
When we save something, do we save it as the ZPR format?
Yeah, you can save it like that, but remember, since this version of ZBrush is likely different from the one that we have on campus, I highly recommend that you do export tool and that you export as an FBX. And I recommend that you do all of it at once by or like each different part, like you do the face, the eyes, the hair, like you don't export all of those, and so you end up with 3 FBXs. Or if you don't want to do that, you can do merge visible subtools. So all the ones that are visible right now are going to get merged together. And if you watch my tools palette here, and I click this merge visible subtools, look over that tools palette, boom. So I got a new one in there called merged. That's the one that you want to export. So click on that and then export tool. But I would be curious to see if we could get a ZTL to work on campus. And the way that you make a ZTL is by going to your tools and doing save as over here. So that's going to save this tool that we have selected. And then if you want to save the entire project, so everything that you've done, go to File, Save As right here, and it's going to save out as ZPR. But again, I don't know if that's going to be compatible with the ones on campus. I believe that it most likely will not. They're probably using a different version of ZBrush. So we need to make sure that we have our backups of all the FBXs / OBJs ready to go.
Okay, but if you're gonna like just continue on the same computer later.
Yeah, then by all
do it
means,
as
say
ZPR for now, but then when we bring it to school, have another version with the
Yeah.
other one.
yeah.
Okay.
I would go up to this file, do save as, so it saves the whole project. And remember, I click off undo history, so I don't have like a huge file size there.
Okay.
But yeah,
Thank you.
awesome question. Also, yeah, for the homework, since we're going to be, what we're going to do is render it on Canvas. I'm going to show you guys how to render something in Maya. So it's going to be pretty cool. The room's definitely going to heat up once those computers start getting underway. But yeah, it'll be really awesome. So just bring the FBX of the whole head, the hair, and the eyes with you to class next week.
Also, so right now I wanted to start over and do it, like try to model another head.
Excellent idea.
My canvas is all of a sudden like a lot smaller. Like there's like a bunch of gray space that.
Yeah, we were encountering that before. Usually you can fix that in document. Let's see.
Document.
If you go to document, is this W size highlighted?
Yeah.
Try unclicking that. Like try to make it not highlighted and then try clicking it again. See if it fixes itself.
No, it didn't.
It does not fix itself. Try going in here and then turning off the constraint proportions and try my width that I have right here, 1510 by 880. And then it's going to say like, oh, do you want to modify this?
By 880.
Yeah. Give
All
that
right.
a go.
And what do I press a crop or no?
Try doing resize.
Oh, resize. All right. Now it's like stretched out, I think.
Now it's stretched out. So do new
Oh,
document. Oh.
It's like adding more heads.
Oh, okay. Yeah, definitely do new document. And then it's gonna be like, do you want to save this document? Click no. And then drag once. So you know how it was drawing a bunch of heads? Just like left click your mouse and drag out one head. And after you let go of the mouse button, click edit.
Edit. Yeah, now I feel like it's smaller.
Like the canvases?
Got smaller.
Press 0.
0.
Yeah.
Didn't do anything.
That's so I've literally never had this problem before this semester. Like
maybe if I like
what is
close,
happening?
because it wasn't doing this before, so.
Okay, I'm gonna Google.
I had the problem earlier, and for me, I noticed that you can eliminate the problem if when you first start your project, you have a full screen. Like if you have like a full window open and then you press project, because if you open the project and let's say like your ZBrush is only like taking up half your screen, it's gonna make that document size half of your screen.
Interesting. Okay, because I'm like I have 2 monitors, like not on my laptop, so maybe I started the other one differently. Right, so I opened it again and I just dragged the, because I have 2 monitors, like my laptop and a bigger monitor, and I just like shifted it to the other screen, and then I added, like started on a new project, or just double clicked the polysphere, and now the canvas size is how it should be. So maybe Asia was right about starting the project.
Yeah, because ZBrush does have like a default document size that it goes on to. It sounds like you somehow got off of that. But yeah, it's strange that doing the resize didn't fix it. I think that might just be for my screen resolution.
Hey, Mike,
Yeah, what's up?
how do I make like a cone shape from a tube in ZBrush?
Cone shape from a tube.
Yeah, from a cylinder.
Oh, like you're trying to make a pointy.
Yeah, I'm trying to make like a top hat.
Oh, okay. Well, top
Yeah,
hat
from
is just a cylinder, though, right?
Yeah, but I want like the bottom to be a little bit like thinner than the top. If you get what I mean? So it kind of
Okay.
like, yeah.
So did you append a cylinder? Did you do that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Very nice. Very nice. So you kind of want to taper the middle of it then, and kind of squeeze the bottom.
Yeah.
Okay. So to do that, I think our best bet would be, man, there's a few options in here. I would use masking though. So I'm going to mask off the bottom of that, right? And that's just control and left click dragging to mask. So I'm going to mask that off. And then I'm going to control click on the, I'm going to click in the negative space. And then I'm going to control click on the mesh a few times and see how it's softening up that mask.
Yeah.
So now if I go into my move tool, it's going to give me that 3D gizmo. And if I hold Alt, I can adjust that to the bottom like this. And then we can scale on those different dimensions there, you know.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And then we can also flip the mask and scale it out that way. And we can also just use our brushes, you know. So if I soften that up a little bit, it's going to give me a nice fall off there.
Okay. Okay, I think I got it. Thank you.
Nice. No problem. So what's everyone think of ZBrush? Now you've got some hands on with it. You guys enjoying the process? You guys getting lost in the sculpting? Tyler loves it.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I love it too.
Yeah.
I usually like playing with clay already, so it kind of puts me in the mindset of that. So yeah.
Nice. Yeah. No, it's definitely yeah, it's kind of like digital clay essentially. So yeah, no, it's super sick. Will take some getting used to, but it's really fun. Yeah, yeah, it's way different from like any other program, like any other 3D program too. But yeah, no, I have a blast with it though. I enjoy it way more than modeling, to be honest. Yeah, yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. Just be aware that there are things that like Maya can do a lot better than ZBrush, and vice versa. Things that ZBrush can do a lot better than Maya. So, so it's a little bit of a push and pull. And if you do become like a modeler in the future, you will be using both like Maya and ZBrush. So you're not gonna be able to escape one. You're gonna use both. I'm the opposite. I like Maya a lot. I need to get used to crafting better. Yeah, no, it's just a much different approach. Though I do feel like it's just better for character art, so that's why I push for it. Also, it's just you guys should experience it because it's like it's industry standard for modelers to know ZBrush. So I would not feel good if I left it out of the course. I do want to get into creature design, so it'll be a lot of fun using this program. Yeah, yeah, no, if you look up like on YouTube, like speed sculpt, like there's so many cool just like time lapses of people doing cool stuff. If you look up speed sculpt Zbrush. Venom speed sculpt, and it's also nice to just dragon sculpt. It's also nice just to see other people's process, you know. This is just so badass.
I don't think you're sharing your screen.
I'm not. Oh man, let me see. Let me show it. No, it's all for me. No one else gets to see. No, I'm kidding. But they just stretched out a sphere, dynameshed it. Boom, did some damn standard for the face and the eyes, or for the mouth and the eyes. They're making all the sub tools for the teeth.
How long do you think this takes?
This is probably a few hours for this person. It looks like it's at least like Mm,
This is incredible.
yeah, they're doing some cool stuff. Yeah, sometimes they say how long. Full 4 hours tutorial. So it took them 4 hours to do it.
That's not even long.
Yeah. Yeah, if they're really pushing on it, like, and if they're good with the program, it can be some real cool stuff real fast.
Would I be able to ask you your hotkeys for your brushes?
Yeah, I mean, sure. Mine aren't by any means industry standard though. And also mine, I'm left-handed. So so all of my hotkeys I bound to the right-hand side of the keyboard. So I'm gonna have like kind of weird hotkeys compared to most people. Yeah.
Gotcha.
But essentially I have my main ones are I bound clay buildup to the question mark key. And then you for some reason can't bind keys to period. So I put damn standard on comma, and then I put move topological on M. And then I put standard on apostrophe and inflate on N. And that's like those are the main hotkeys that I use. And then I did also put some extra buttons up here on top for stuff that I use. Like I have ZRemesher right here, Dynamesh right here, just so it's always accessible and I don't have to dig through these menus over here.
How can you put it up there? How do you put
Let's see.
Dynamesh up there?
I think it's preferences, and then you have to do custom UI.
Oh.
Wait a minute. Is it config? I think, yeah, config, enable, customize, and then I think you can start dragging buttons around the UI.
Oh.
But yeah, just you should know where it is though, because like when we go to campus, you can't really switch around the UI because someone else is going to use the computer and be like, what's happening?
Okay.
So
yeah. I just would like to, speed things up.
Yeah.
On my own computer. So
absolutely, yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. All right, y'all. So, since we haven't had much activity in the past, 40 minutes, I'm gonna let you guys go early. However, I would like to remind you guys, export your sculpt as like the head that you're making, export it. Remember, you can go to Subtool, Merge Visible, and then you'll see a merge tool pop up in your tools palette. Just left click on that, and then you'll be able to click export, and it will bring all that over. Export an FBX and an OBJ just to be safe. And next week, we're starting our characters for our final. So get your designs ready. Like I want you guys to bring reference of your character to class. And I'll show you how to import that into ZBrush, and you can use that during class. And yeah, just get ready with it. I always recommend a humanoid type character because we need that sort of skeletal structure in order to be able to rig easier, to have an easier time rigging. But we can add stuff like a tail. We can add just other parts to the character. But yeah, so bring character designs to class for that, because yeah, we'll be starting on our final character, and it'll be really cool. Feel free to send me a message on Discord if you're curious as to whether or not a design will work for your project. I'm always down to give feedback. I'd like to get my eyes on it sooner rather than later. But yeah, so yeah, come ready. Again, for the design for the next for your full character, you can use someone else's design. I'm not bothered. Like if you want to use a character that's like well known, then I'm fine with that. Because I do feel like you can sometimes be held back by your design. Because if your design looks bad, then the final model is going to look bad, So if you don't care much about the design process, then feel free to use an existing character and just interpret that in 3D. It'd be a lot of fun. It's just a nice little study, So yeah, that'll be next week. I'm excited to see you guys on campus. And yeah, any last minute questions for me before we head out? Yes, Jane. Yeah, this one will definitely be posted on YouTube. Again, message me if I don't post it to YouTube. I'm always down to upload it.
So just to clarify again, when we're saving and exporting it, we before we do save as, we do the merge, and then we do save as and export.
If you have multiple subtools, like this guy has, this guy right here has like the face, the eyes, the eyebrows, and the hair. So what I would do is click merge visible, and then click that merge poly, and then export this. So I would hit export, and then OBJ or FBX.
Okay.
But yeah,
Okay.
there you
Thank
go.
you.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I'm down. All right, you guys are free to go. I will see you guys next week.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Good
Thank
one.
you.
Have a good one.
Thank you.
Hello, Professor.
Yo.
Okay, so I tried downloading the software that you recommend us to have, and what happened is I didn't know my computer was connected to a OneDrive, and for some odd, strange reason, it just didn't let it download whatsoever. And
Okay.
it said that my OneDrive was full, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, this cannot be happening. So I looked to see what happened, and it turns out, yeah, it is full, but it was downloading softwares from the past that I used all the way from like 2020.
Weird.
It is weird because the laptop that I bought, because this is still new to me, it's called a NV 306 HP. It's like a let me type it in the chat.
Yeah, NV3 306.
Everything was going so smooth until it stopped and it said, sorry, it cannot download that correctly, or it couldn't fully download because your OneDrive is full. And I'm like, wait a minute, why am I on OneDrive?
Yeah, wouldn't it just be downloading to the local
On the computer,
Yeah.
not on a OneDrive.
That's weird. Yeah.
This happened because usually, I don't know if this happened if you have a laptop or so, or if you have like HP or Windows. Usually sometimes your computer would randomly update itself or re-update itself
Mm-hmm.
for a strange reason. I don't know why. And this is what happened. And it's like, oh my God.
Don't you get to decide like where it installs though? Like, because you download the Zbrush thing,
Mhm.
right? And then
Yes.
you like double click the installer, and then it should give you an option in there somewhere of where to install.
It did, but what's really strange is it's really hard to explain, even though I try to explain it with other family members. But let me see if I could show you my screen. It's just so weird.
Yeah, go for it.
Let me- So if you see these little check marks like on a little icon or so, it's hooked up to this little, if I could,
I see.
OneDrive.
Oh, okay.
And so I'm trying to figure out how to undo this, because you could tell these red check marks, they're saying it's not
Like it's not
available.
synced. Yeah.
It's not synced, but sometimes it won't allow you to sync, and sometimes you won't be allowed to even sometimes use the software or not. So it's just really weird.
And Maya worked?
Yeah, Maya strangely worked, but it's strangely downloaded to the OneDrive, and I'm afraid to delete anything on the OneDrive because you wonder if it was going to delete from
From
what
the
was on the
local side.
computer.
Yeah. I'm actually not familiar. Is this Windows 11 then, I'm guessing?
I have no idea if this is Windows 11.
I think it is.
Because I'm trying to find the number on this for Windows, and it's just like, oh my gosh.
If you double click ZBrush 2021 right now, the little shortcut to it, what happens?
Oh man, I'm still waiting.
Oh, it just takes a while to load.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it was fine, and then all of a sudden, it's
Title
not
service
fine.
is not available. Okay. Continue the trial. Then close that. And yeah. Okay, so that works. Are you able to sculpt that from here?
Okay, now that's another crazy part. Every time I try to tap, it would like freeze for a bit, and then finally it would just finally sculpt. I'm just afraid of saving because again, it's still connected to the OneDrive, and
well, if you have the local version on your computer, I don't think you should be afraid of saving, you know, like just save locally to the computer. Then if it syncs up to the OneDrive, then that's great for that file. But if it doesn't, then I mean, that's not too bad either, you know, because you still have the local file. Also, you said that it's not sculpting whenever you like press down, like it takes a little bit.
Oh, it's fine now. So weird. And I do have the I also bought myself a, what do you call it? Instead of using the mouse, you said?
The little stylus.
Yeah, and it turns out I also have to get another software to connect it. It's so weird. They tell me to download that, and I'm like, and then it says to restart your computer. And I was like, oh, I don't want to do that during Zoom time or else it'll kick me out of Zoom. And it's
For
like,
sure. Yeah.
oh my gosh. And then I accidentally downloaded another wrong device that almost got me to like, you have to purchase for a month.
Oh, weird. Yeah.
Or
No,
so-
that's not
so-
right. Yeah. Don't download that one.
No, I had to
if-
quickly uninstall it.
Anytime that you get a tablet, it's going to have a driver that comes along with it, which is just software that is needed to run the tablet. But yeah,
So yeah,
I mean, it looks like it's working.
it looks like it is working. It's just that I'm not gonna save this. It's just that it just freaked me out because I noticed I downloaded for this area and for some reason yeah, all these red check, these red X marks.
Well, if I understand correctly, that just means that it's not synced to the OneDrive, that file.
Okay.
But let me know if the program's not working correctly. I mean, everything did look like it was working fine.
It looks like it's, yeah, because when I first started, it wouldn't allow me. And then all of a sudden now it allowed me. And then I got way behind and it's like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what happened. And I'm trying to figure out how to like really disconnect this.
Mhm.
But I didn't want to do that because I was afraid the other projects that I saved that were on there, I thought it was gonna like delete the whole thing or like all the projects I had in the past.
For sure. Yeah. Understandable.
Yeah. I'm just gonna stop. So yeah, that was my biggest worry.
No, I think you're fine. You just be able to everything seemed fine when you were messing around with it there. But yeah, if stuff does like, because I know sometimes when I'm drawing it, like I have to put my cursor down and then start moving it a bunch and then it'll start sculpting. I think that's a Windows ink function. So try disabling Windows ink if that's a thing. Like it's just Windows ink. That can get in the way of things when we're using tablets and in programs. But yeah. Any other things going wild, going weird?
That's it. That's the only thing. Because I
All right.
realized I'm planning on going tomorrow to the store to get 2 flash drives. The other one's for my past work and the other one's for this class.
No. Yeah. Sound good.
Yeah, because I really want to fix this problem and I didn't want to interrupt the class or anything. I wanted to let you know because it helps me. Just in case you're wondering, where's your project? How come it's not turned in? Like if it's turned in later on finished or something like that.
Yeah. For sure. All right. Thanks for letting me know. And yeah, DM me on Discord if there's any other issues that pop up.
Yes, and thank you so much for recording. I mean, it helped me a lot.
Yeah. No, it's
really helped me a lot.
It's like necessary. Yeah. And you can go over my last class's lectures as well. They have the same content. So yeah, feel free to dive in there.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Have a good one.
You too.